What's up? I'm live, and the plan is to play more Grid, just like I said. Although I don't know if I actually ever said that on stream, but I said it on Twitter and in Discord, and so close enough. And things and stuff, yeah. Guess I can get into the game, you know? What everybody will be coming here for, right? The gameplay? Not just to listen to me talk on this screen. Let's see. Yep, the cutscene. Noises as I get into position. Oh, I need to do a thing. Bye, game. There we go. It's PC. What additional content? Oh, I don't have encoders. That's dumb.
Your car is ready and waiting.
When was I last driving? What is that? Huh. Oh well. Anyway, last time we were here... Oh, it's the Chevy, isn't it? I think you just unlocked Euro B. So you don't have any of the A licenses yet, or anything above that. So I can just do this, can't I? So you got the ARL Pro badge, Euro B license, and J Speed Super 2. Why are they called badges over here? But yeah, that means all events now in the second tier of the career in this game are open. And it's time to continue where we left off last week. If you missed last week, it was a lot of fun. I haven't quite finished everything down here. But
4 titles in this region. 6 will get you a head-to-head challenge with Raven West Motorsport.
Yeah, I don't look forward to that.
These attract big sponsors with big prizes. It would be worth it to earn that challenge.
Probably turn that up just a little bit more. What cars are available in this?
Events. Each competitor is given 3 runs in an open area in which to score the most drift points. Points are given for the angle, speed, and duration of each of your drifts. Large angles and high speeds will mean bigger scores. After a drift, you have a small window of time to start another one. Link numerous drifts together and you'll increase your combo. The winner is the driver with the highest score after 3 runs.
Look, if you're going to race, you need a car.
Yes, I know I need a car. Right there. You. A Mazda. An FD Mazda, of course. The Charger. Pontiac. Of course. Gotta have that. Soarer as well. Sylvia. Which gen is Sylvia? Is that an S15? I can't tell. I don't know my Sylvias that well. Impreza. And then we're back. Funnily enough, I'm going to go with the Charger. As weird as that might seem, the Charger is actually what I know best. I was very good with it back in the day, so hopefully I'll be able to do decently with it now. I'm not using headphones, so I gotta keep my TV volume in check, and that was a little loud. Whoops. Gotta get a feel for it again. This was always my go-to spot. It was right around this block. Ah, I clipped the flag. Whoops. Whoops, again. Oh. Yeah, what he said. I got up to incredible at 5 points, actually. Moving the mic a little bit there. Average drift distance, 13 feet. Well, that's not very good, is it? But, yeah, I'm outscoring the AI massively. That's not exactly surprising. Wait, my teammate was doing well enough that we were in the lead of the team championship. I say well enough. Not doing very well, but I don't blame him for not being good at drifting. Might as well just go straight over here, right? Close enough. Oh, bullshit. That should have been chained. Alright, we're going this way. Not as good at this as I once was, but that was also like, what, 10 years ago now? If not longer. Not entirely surprising. Ah. Oh, that was it. Called it. Yeah, that wasn't good enough. All because I crashed and that was the end of the thing, apparently. Well... Oh, I've been overtaken. But the team hasn't been. It's okay, there's a third round. These drift freestyle events, they give you 3 rounds for whatever reason. At least in the first tier. Oh, now we're over here. I don't have a rhythm for over this side of it. Hey, that was right next to a flag. Ah, it didn't count. Oh well, that's enough to win this round anyway. Should be enough to win the entire thing, but just in case it's not. Doriftomasta. Oh, I don't think so. Oh, that was it. They don't give you a lot of time, do they? 2 insane drifts. No drift kings or drift legends, though. There we go. Wait, no, that was just for the race. Oh, I didn't win. Well, that's annoying. Win 2 out of 3 events and still don't win overall. Alright. Well, that's how we're gonna start it off, I guess. You know what? I'm just gonna go do that again right now. Doesn't take more than a couple minutes. As long as I can get one good chain together and get like at least 400,000, it'll be enough, so. Wait, this isn't where we did last time. Damn. Oh, okay. That was weird. I think I can do this. Oh yeah, that's not gonna be sketchy or anything. Okay, well, it cached the points I had and discontinued that little bit, so that's fine. Just wait for the points to run down, or the timer to run down, rather. Subarasi would be what? A very good, excellent, maybe not excellent, but something like that? I don't know Japanese. Never ran that particular one in the last go. Boy, teammates really being a disappointment. Gets really excited though, that announcer guy. How was that not perfect? I don't get any points for tapping the flag, even though it was only a slight tap. Feel ripped off. So? Oh, it didn't end the combo this time. Did that say 1.7 million? Yeah, it did. It's not bad. Just see me in the background backing away and leaving the replay. Alright. Yeah, no, we're... Whoops. Why is this all here? Reset vehicle. Is it just me, or is there a lot more crap just lying around in this scenario? This map. Fine. 2.4 that time. And I only had about a minute to do that. 72333. Where are you going? Whoops. Okay, there we go. Now this is complete. I think I need to hire a new teammate. This guy is seriously disappointing.
Big win. That's the most money you've made yet.
There we go. HKS. Alright. What are the odds the game crashes this time? 3,800. They're all finished no lower than first there, but the other ones were... You. 3160. Finished the race. And then also... Was it Avon? No. HKS. This one and something else. Alpine. Which is too cheap. Alright, the game didn't crash from that. That's nice. If you weren't here for last week, the game really liked crashing at times. Specifically when dealing with the sponsors. So, yeah. To finish that out would just be a Drift GP. Do I really want to do a Drift GP though? I could finish off the J-Speed rookie license though. Well, let's do it.
Drift GP events are based on a knockout tournament structure. All
Oh
competitors
yeah,
are paired
Shibuya. I
up.
forgot that
You
was a
get
circuit.
one run in which to outscore your opponent. Beat him, and you'll progress to the next round of the tournament. Points are given for angle, speed, and duration of each of your drifts. Large angles and high speeds will mean bigger scores. After a drift, you'll have a short window of time to start another one. Link numerous drifts together and you'll increase your combo.
It's like freestyle, but on a
Red
circuit.
flags and you'll earn bonus points. However, be careful not to slide off the track or crash into anything. If you do, you'll lose any points you haven't banked. Good luck.
Gee, thanks.
Look, if you're going to race, you need a car.
Yeah, you can't use the dodge in this. That's interesting. I don't really want a goat. The cheap option. But I mean... yeah. There's also the Soarer. Sylvia. Shit acceleration. Good to know. And of course an Impreza. Oh, and the Mazda. These are all E versus that's D. I kind of want to know if the Mazda sounds right. I feel like it does. But I want to see. 240,000. Okay. That's a lot of money. Yeah, that sounds like it's buzzing. Maybe not entirely accurate sound, but the onboards also sound different from the trackside sounds. Oh yeah, I suck at these compared to the freestyle. I say that as I score 1.2 million points, which should be more than enough. Well, it didn't give me any from cutting inside the flag. I guess I clipped it. That's a shame. Yeah, that was plenty. Doesn't mean that I'm good at it. Let's see, how does it sound from trackside? Eh. Hey, he made it to the second round. Good for my team. What was that vibration? You can't see the vibrations, obviously, in the controller cam, but there was a vibration there in the loading screen that was kind of odd. Hey. Another Drift King. Oh, I clipped that flag. Fuck you, game. Like 19,799. You think that's enough? Just by a little bit. One Drift King. And what a surprise, he lost. There was that vibration again. Kind of weird why it would vibrate in the cutscene, but whatever. I tried to clip the flag and it didn't work. Well, there's a Drift King at least. Not even close. Oh, I got 2 Drift Kings that time. Cool. Alright. And that finishes up the J-Speed rookie license or whatever it's called. Yay, my team won! And my teammate didn't actually do that terribly for once. Oh, there's the bot. Harpobot always dropping the messages in chat. Alright, let's see if the game crashes this time. That's the wrong menu. Lowest is 3,800. Ooh, oh. I'd like 9,000, but it's without damage. Yeah, none of these appeal to me, because, like, 3rd without damage, 1st, no damage, 1st, 5th. Don't know how that slipped through the cracks. That's also a 1st. Yeah. No, wrong buttons. There we go. Okay. Where am I at? 343. Paul Hunt. What about you? Are you decent? You're less consistent. You want a lot of the percentage, though. What about you? You're moving up in the world. Are you any good? 40% of winning? No. You're inconsistent as hell. 40% of winnings. He's a pro muscle, though. But sure, you can be hired.
He'll serve us well.
The game hasn't
Hours at Le Mans is a 24-hour race on one of the world's most...
Look, if you're going to race, you need a car.
Can I afford the thing yet? No, that's 20 million. Okay. What are you, 2.7? Jesus. Alright, well, I'm gonna take another year of rentals, essentially. They all want me to finish ahead of Aston Martin Racing, even though they don't explicitly say it. You give the most money, though the least rep. I need money. Alright, and here we go again with yet another Le Mans 24-hour. Hopefully it doesn't end the same way as the first one I tried doing last week, because that was not great. Oh, you could have gone down to second there. Whatever. Oi, the quarter panel tap. And on to the Mulsanne as the stream drops a bunch more frames. What else is new? I'm out of gears. I can't shift up. Close enough. See, in grid, with respect to track limits, it's kind of like NASCAR. You just kind of make them up on the go, and anything goes, more or less. Doesn't mean everything is fast, but, you know. Fortunately, the Lambo seems to be pretty fast in a straight line. Bonk. Fine. The fender on the right side's a little loose by the looks of it. Yep, there it is. Just a little loose. It's fine. Could this straight be any wider? Also, imagine taking this turn flat out in a GT3 car. And it's already getting to the latter part of the day. Only 6 hours in, not even. Actually, if it was 6 hours into the race, that means it was it'd be 9 o'clock. As someone who lives in the Northeast US, it being this light out at 9 o'clock doesn't seem right in the slightest. But, you know. Just how it do. How it be. How it is. 6 hours and you haven't even finished one lap yet? Why so slow? I mean, the AI are even slower than me. So, at least I'm faster than them, I guess? Also, sup, Callie? I was just thinking, did I buy this car? It's got 25,000 miles on it. Did I buy it used? No. isn't my car. That's how it has 25,000 miles on it. The AI are not that fast, apparently. You can see their headlight, or you can see the light from their headlights on the side of the road, but you can't see the headlights themselves. It's always kind of been a weird thing. I remember that being a thing on PS3 as well. It wasn't just a PS3 thing either, evidently. Eventually I'll hit the apex and be able to accelerate out of it. Unfortunately missed the previous Grid and Chilled, so I'm excited to see why you were so eager to do it again. It was just enjoyable as hell, Callie. I really liked this game, and I was just enjoying revisiting it. Plus, the chat was rather active that day, and everybody that was, well, maybe not everybody that was there, but a number of people that were there actually said that they quite enjoyed it themselves, so. Plus, it's also enjoyable because, like, right now in the middle of the night, I'm getting over 80 FPS, so it's one of the few games I can actually enjoy without having to deal with subpar FPS. Just occasional drops like that where the whole game lags. Thud. Thud. It's fine. There's no damage indicated, so it's good. Besides, you call me slow. I just went faster than any LMP car has gone around the modern circuit, this circuit, essentially. Also, it's daytime again. The night came and went in a single lap. I try to stay off of the red stuff, even though I think it's technically legal and it doesn't slow you down. It's the shoulder of the road and not actually part of the track, technically. Not that something being the track or not has ever stopped me before. The AI are really just not doing a good job of staying with me. I mean, they're there, but that's just it. They're there. I don't remember having it this easy last time, and the difficulty hasn't changed, so that's kind of odd. That was crap. Any sort of rubber banding in this game? There was another hitch. Well, possibly, probably, to some extent, but you're not going to see it so much in this race because this is a multi-class race, so they can't go overboard with the rubber banding because, you know, the AI are different classes. So, like, I'm sure that group is, you know, it's possible for them to catch up, but there's nothing absurd, certainly. I was gonna say something, I don't remember what it was. Oh yeah, Callie. I don't know if you noticed. I don't remember if I mentioned it at all or something. I know I mentioned it in Discord, obviously, but you have another emote now because Geek's a very nice person. So, enjoy your Apex emote. Not overly blatant like some other games in its class. Yeah, exactly. Grid is just a very nice arcade racing game from the mid-late 2000s, 2007. That was a downshift. The engine will have not liked that. And believe it or not, this is a Codemasters game. You know, the same people that do the Dirt series, Dirt Rally as well, F1 games, and of course, you know, the other Grid titles as well. But this is, in fact, a Codemasters game. And it's probably one of their best games in the last, like, 15 years? I'm not sure I can necessarily say it's the best game, considering some of the Dirt titles, specifically like Dirt Rally, have been really good, but it's very good nonetheless. Grew up playing Need for Speed, not Grid. I mean, so did I, to an extent at least, but Grid was one that I just ended up getting for the PS3 and enjoying the hell out of. OG Need for Speed is where it's at. Yeah. Won't disagree with you. I was actually just looking before. I've got a number of Need for Speed titles, obviously newer ones. Well, newer. All made between like 2000 and 2010. But I got a bunch of them. Many duplicates as well, sitting on the shelf behind me. Water track limits. Not important, is what I say. At least in this game. It didn't count down fast enough.
That looks like a write-off to me. You've got three options in this kind of situation.
This is the first time I've done this. Huh.
You can retire from the race, but that's not going to do your reputation or your bank balance much good.
No kidding.
You can restart the race and do it all again.
No.
Or three, you can try that last stretch again, only this time without crashing. Just select the point in the replay that you want to resume from, and hit the
If you'd let me rewind... Good enough. Fastest lap of a 3:04, which is a world record. Okay. Yeah, you can see it was actually multi-class. LMP1, LMP2, and then GT1 and GT2 as they called it. I don't know what the proper equivalence would have been, but close enough. Ooh, 300,000. Straight to the global rep, and don't forget. Oh. No sponsors? Did I miss the sponsors? Either way. Oh, you know why there's no sponsors? Because I wasn't driving for my own team. Duh. He actually dropped, but that's fine. 101. Just something about the first four Need for Speed titles that will never be recaptured with the new games, especially with some of the bullshit that they've pulled with the newer games, so most definitely.
Good news! Raven West Motorsport challenged us to a head-to-head showcase event.
Yep.
There's a major prize
Oh, a
for
midnight
big
toge. Oh
sponsors
boy.
this season.
Oh, that's not good.
Toge is head-to-head racing on narrow Japanese mountain roads.
Yep.
Midnight Toge events take place at night on open roads. Each race is made up of a single run, and the winner advances in the competition.
The newest Need for Speed title I've played is Most Wanted 2020 or 2012. So, you know, the second one that Criterion did. Basically a Forza Horizon clone with police chases. Yeah. Like I said, never played it, mostly because my computer can't handle it. I should have turned the difficulty down. This is gonna be hell. Also, this is on Mount Haruna, aka Mount Akina from Initial D. Haruna is the, you know, real-life location. Bastards. You asshole. Fuck you. How is he always coming off better? Alright, fine. What a jerk! Gotta get a little creative with trying to stay ahead of Raven West. At times. I say that, now I'm pulling away. Raven West are by far and away the most difficult AI in the game. Is this supposed to be the 5 sequential hairpins? It's 2, 3, 4. No, it wasn't 5. I just looked at chat. Just the end of Tokyo Drift without the Mustang. I mean... yes? Also, where's the traffic? Just noticed that there's been no traffic yet. It's unusual. No traffic, that's weird. That's one of the things about the Midnight Toge is that it's, you know, in the middle of the night, it's not a closed event, so the roads are open and thus you can encounter traffic, but been no traffic as of yet. Is that the end? No. Maybe? Oh, this is the full mountain. Jesus. So this is the segment that I've run already on Friday a couple of times. Everything else was new to this stream, essentially, because they did the full mountain instead of just the lower third for this run. Yeah, there's no traffic. I don't think that's intentional. It's just not spawning any. It's weird. I'll take it. Makes it a hell of a lot easier.
Great driving, and you won.
Yay, I won. Suck it, Raven West. And suck the damage that I gave the car. Suck it. Nope. Slam, slam. And then finally I got ahead of him. Also, as a side note, you can kind of see, like, these wooden barriers here. You can totally fall off that edge there. You just go through it, you could totally fall off there. Fun fact. I've done it before. Oh boy, I got $1 million for that. Alright, so that's the J-Speed rookie license. Completely complete. Let's leave. What's over here? Drift and Pro Muscle. Sure. With the boss, or do I want to go with something else? I mean, going for the GTR, Mustang GTR or the SRT-10 would be the smart decision, but I've already got this. You've got more grip, you've got more acceleration, which makes sense, V10 and all. Do I want to buy a Viper? Do I want to buy a Mustang? I don't want to buy a Mustang. I'll buy a Viper. Mustang, or the Viper is basically US exotic. But it's not, you know. It's US domestic, but oh, that's very shiny. I haven't driven a Viper since the very first race. Yeah, I can see you. Get out of my way. I think I might have slightly fucked over my teammate in that, but oh well. Welcome to racing in grid. Ooh, fine. Stupid AI. This is 4 laps. I almost get the feeling that I should turn the difficulty up again. I guess I should, technically. But at the same time, if I turn the difficulty up, I get less replays. Rewinds, rather.
Keep it up. You're leading the race.
And it's nice having the replays available. Not to mention it makes Raven West that much harder. Why did I touch the handbrake? Oh boy. Well, fine. These buttons do nothing. Too busy futzing with the buttons. Yeah, there's no damage. This is it. They do nothing. Unfortunately, I don't think even if I turn the AI all the way up, I don't think that they're ever going to be able to outrace me, the normal AI. I could be wrong. But I think Raven West is the only AI that is, like, capable of being that fast. And even then, they don't exactly cut the curbs like I do. Because, I mean, look at how much I've pulled away from the AI. Just because I can abuse the hell out of the curbs and they don't know how to do that. This track is just especially bad for that because of the big curbs everywhere.
Well done, Wingnut. That's your own personal best time on this track.
Whoops. Let's see, right here. Also, the curbs sound right, which is nice.
That was some fancy driving. That's a win.
You don't say. Is that final lap fastest? Let's see. 7, 8, 9. Yeah, no, that last lap was the fastest lap. I don't know by how much, but it was. And my teammate isn't completely incompetent. How nice. He finished in the top 5, which still isn't that great, but better than the other guy would probably do. Hey, because I put armor all in, he actually got 3 instead of just 2. That's nice. Oh, now we're in Washington. Oh no, we're doing the graphics things again. Alright, if flashing things are a problem for you, please look away now. I don't want to be responsible for you having issues. I don't know why this happens, but this has been an issue a handful of times. You required stir fry. Holy shit.
That was a pretty bad smash there. You okay?
Alright, enjoy your stir fry, Kelly. I just about died back there. Yikes.
Okay, that's Scott Jensen in the car ahead of you.
I still don't know why these graphical issues happen. Specifically, they happen inconsistently. This is the 3rd time it's happened, and it's happened 3 different tracks. So, there's nothing consistent in it. Oh yeah, no, Callie, we're gonna go back and see what happened after the race. Hopefully the replay behaves and doesn't have the trees doing this. God, this is terrible. As far as I know, there's no easy fix for these graphics issues, otherwise it wouldn't be an issue, you know? Just gotta put up with it. It'll go away after this race. Send it.
Alright, you're in 7th.
Fuck's sake, these AI. That's one of the nice things about this game as well, is that the AI make mistakes, as do I. Alright, just rewind from there. But yeah, you can pressure the AI into mistakes, or they just occasionally make mistakes on their own. But you have shit like that happening. It's the 3rd time. Where is first? So far gone. No path over there. Damn it. God, that's obnoxious. Wonder how much my damage is affecting my speed right now. Shouldn't be doing it massively. Okay. I also wonder if the fact that this isn't muscle cars, you know, lots of power, rear-wheel drive, not great handling, isn't having an effect on the AI crashing. Get out from in front of my car! There we go. Oh, it's really bad through here. Five seconds to first. What the hell? Wait, is Larry my teammate? Can't remember. He is. Okay, that's fine then.
That was great driving. You took second.
I'd prefer for it to be me winning, but at least it was my teammate. Eh. Well, he is a pro muscle driver. I didn't forget the replay. Unfortunately, the flashing is present in the replay. But unfortunately, I don't think that there's any way for me to actually be able to, you know, go aboard other cars. But we can see here, there's a car spun on the left, there's another one spinning up ahead. The Viper slams into the Challenger that's parked. All I see is a bumper through the smoke. Sorry, I'm trying to... There we go. Okay, there's the car. You can just about see it on the edge of the screen there. Oh. There goes my bumper? Or is that... No, that's their bumper. Yep. One great thing about this game, despite the fact it's from 2007 and these are real cars that it's portraying, it has a very good damage model for the time. X-large. And then a smooshed Viper front end. Oh, it looks so sorry. Oh no. And then I get tipped sideways from it spinning. Ooh, he gets scooped up a little bit there from the cars behind. Does he roll? No, he's good. And by that point, everybody's cleared out in front. Alright, let's move on so the flashing goes away. It's safe to look at the screen again, if in case you tuned out because of the flashing. See, this is why I don't have any finish first or higher things. I still got all of the sponsor objectives. As did my teammate. Oh, Long Beach. Which version of Long Beach will this be? Either way, it's gonna be janky. It's a short version. Excuse me while I just make up a bunch of positions. Abusing the fact that the AI are slow. Out of the way. Alright, Larry, listen. Team orders. Slow down and relinquish the lead to me. Not exactly surprising, is it? I beat the record. Then again, when I drive like that, maybe it is. Please go. Shush, Callie. Not even GTA. Larry! It's the team boss. I am faster than you. Do you understand? Am I even catching? A little bit. I disagree with the lines that he is taking and the speed that he is carrying. But I do make up a fair amount of time into turn 1, so there's that. Damn it. I'm gonna rewind. There we go. Yeah, I see that. You want to, not? So floaty. Oh, god damn it. Why are you the way you are? No. Are you kidding me? I'm gonna restart the race on that. That's bullshit. Up storm. Just in time to see me crash. Actually, where's Wolfman? Usually he shows up right after a crash. Where is he? Is he not here? Is it Storm that brought upon the crash this time? The AI are so slow. Haha, cat. Best emote on Twitch. It's really not, though. Larry, I need you to stop running. Yeah, stop that. Slow down. That was shit. That's what I think of you. Okay, cool. Getting turned into the wall just like I do in GTA. Feels bad, man. Oh well. Larry's specialty is pro muscle. That's why he's so good. Because this is pro muscle. This is his specialty. And he's really good. He has really high skill level. So this is what happens. Put a good driver in a car that he likes, and that's what you can expect to have happen. Oh, please go. It's not mine. No. Well, it doesn't help that this version of Long Beach is rather janky. I think you did a little bit more than spin out. Wasn't my fault. He spun in front of me. I had no choice. I had nowhere to go. It's my excuse and I'm sticking to it. Shut up. Larry, you cocky fuck. I'll get rid of you in a heartbeat if you don't stop this bullshit. Didn't see that. Kelly making good use of that emote already. Hasn't even been tier 1 for a week. I know, can you stop that? Larry? This isn't like the other grid games where you have some amount of influence over your teammates. He's just kind of doing his own thing. There we go. No amount of diving will get me in front of him here. Nope. I thought about it. But it wasn't gonna work. I was gonna kill myself. Oh well. It's another my team 1-2. So I guess I can't be too upset. As long as Larry, yeah, he doesn't finish ahead of me. Good. That's what matters.
Great win! You're filling our coffers.
4 million. Wait, that was 800,000. Holy shit. Hey, eBay Motors as a sponsor. Alright, does the game crash this time? Let's see. It says finish no lower than first. No, I don't want to do it. But that's a lot of money. That's a lot of money. And you're getting put in no matter what. Echo. No, it just is what it is. Okay. I don't like putting the without damage or the finish first things because it just no. But that's the potential of being $58,000, but only for first place. It's 18,000. That's good enough. And the cars are black. Okay, the game might crash. What do we got here? Touring cars. Sure, let's do this. Rather drive the BMW. Got better acceleration, so I mean... Is there another difficult? No, there is nothing above extreme. I like having the 2 flashbacks, just because I dick around too much to only have one. Oh, goody. Yeah, no, it's very good I didn't turn up the difficulty then. Shit. That's not what I needed. Oh, and how come Nathan McCain gets to start on pole? That's bullshit. Rick Scott fucked his teammate. Rick Scott fucks teammate live on stream. Not appropriate for Twitch, but it happened anyway. Okay.
Your car got a little banged up, but it's nothing serious.
You don't say. Please accelerate and stop oversteering.
Currently, Raven West are out in.
I'm aware.
This is not going well.
You put him in something that he's not so comfortable with, and apparently he's last. Oh boy, Larry.
You're closing the gap. Right now, only 3 seconds separate you in first place.
Yay. Unfortunately, they were smart enough to put barriers up here, so I can't just send it and cut the track completely. I can still send it a little bit. Right there. See? All good. Rick Scott is pulling a Larry, except we expect it from Rick. Anybody need a door? One in turn 1. These lines are terrible and I hate them all. That did not help in the slightest. Oh well, I tried. Jet. Hey, there was no apex to hit there. Well, actually, if anything, I missed the apex. Don't give me that shit. I'm not going to be able to make up the time, am I? Like, I don't think I can send it anywhere. Not at this point. Nope. Oh, I'm all out. Well, that sucks. You saw nothing. Track limits are non-existent in this game, Callie. Thought I made that clear earlier. Slightly better start. Unfortunately, I don't think Rick Scott is gonna fuck Nathan McCain in front of the entire grid this time. Nope. I tried and it screwed up my front left wheel. That slows you down, though.
Both front wheels are showing some
Shut up. They're fine. Oh, there's the teammate. Wait, is that Nathan McCain up there with Rick?
West are leading this race.
Shit. That's not good. Yeah, it is. So he didn't get completely dicked, I guess. That's a shame.
Just 2 seconds between you and second place.
Hi guys, what's up? You miss me? They're just faster. For whatever reason, they are just faster.
Smooth passing, kid.
It worked.
Great driving. You get the lead.
Sure as hell didn't look like it was gonna work, but it worked. Honestly, the fact that the two teammates are there is actually helpful because they end up fighting each other, slowing each other down. Which is part of how that worked. If you were listening, you would have heard them crash together in turn 1. No. Okay. Was only not on the ground for a couple of seconds there. It's fine. Fuck you.
Great driver. Great driver.
The first thing the teammate says is, "You're a great driver." You sure about that? You finished in 7th. Not bad. I should have looked at the replay. Oh well. Yeah, not gonna beat Raven West this time. Not in the team's standings. The teammate isn't complete shit, I guess. Oh, Yerma. Or Harima, sorry. J is an H in Spanish, not... Right? I think? I think that's how it works. I think it's Harima. I don't know, I don't speak Spanish. And the last time I received any sort of education in Spanish was 2008, so it's been a while. Sorry, was too busy dive bombing everybody there to see you.
Raven West are leading this race.
I can see that. Whoops. Bouncing off the limiter, but it doesn't accelerate. Like once you shift up. Gearing's wonky in this. How are you so fast?
Personal best time on this track.
Couldn't have gone down to first.
I like what I'm seeing. You're in first place.
Oh, they all overtook me. That's a shame. It's okay, it's 3 laps. I can get them back. Just always gotta send it on the AI, basically. Just always send it. Always send it. Even when you're so far back that it would never seem like it would work out. Just send it. And suddenly you'll find yourself in the lead, potentially. Grid, the real Kvyat dive bomb simulator. I was busy looking at chat. I thought for a second that they were gonna go either side of me. Like, oh, guys, please don't do that. Please. There's the bot. I should really change up those messages. That requires me remembering to do it, though. Johnny Marcello. That name sounds familiar. Probably had him as a teammate back in the day. That or I just saw it enough back then that I remember it now. I don't like how I remember the names of the 2 Raven West teammates. I didn't clip the gravel for once. I carried way more speed into than normal. Come up with something original, nuthead. I left him space. He backed out on his own. Whoops. Oh shit, that's only 40? There's another round. Oh god. Where was the teammate? I didn't even notice. Not very good. Istanbul. He finished 7th. I left him space. There was plenty of space there. Teammate was in Super GT out of 12. Is that some reference to Super GT that I don't know, or...? Just behind? I don't think so. Yes? Okay. That's what I thought. I'm guessing he comes in 7th a lot then. Ah, we are doing the short layout. Shame. 6th, but yes. Okay. Fair enough. Close enough. Alright, can you guys wreck each other out into the hairpin? Put the short layout in one of these weeks. I mean, Max mentioned it last Friday. Because apparently Istanbul short is part of the Istanbul mod that we already have. Shift up. So he did mention doing touring cars at Istanbul, I think. He certainly mentioned doing touring cars. That reminds me, I've seen no changes in regards to what we discussed last Friday, but maybe I just haven't been pulled into things yet, which is fine. Testing with touring car pack for a while, so I consider a possibility. Okay. Excuse me, coming through.
Great driving. You've got the lead.
Whoops. Right about there will be good. Whoops. I left you plenty of space. Don't give me that bullshit. Yeah, Storm. Well, I know I'll get roped into it eventually. But eventually. Not gonna worry about it right this second, certainly. Kinda love them work schedules. Don't you just?
This is not going well.
My teammate is floundering. Go figure. Alright, I think I'm good to the end of the race now. The restaurant from 5:30 a.m. to 1 p.m. Yikes. They sound like they're so much closer than they are. Seriously, they're not that close.
You're a great driver. You won the race
And the championship. I wonder how many times. Ooh, 12. Yikes. I wonder how many times I've heard that line. You've won the race and the championship. It's gotta be a fair few. Does he get anything? He gets 2 things still. So those must be the finish the race objectives.
You're the champion.
Was that a 154?
Paycheck as well.
I wasn't paying attention. Was that a 154? Kappa. No, 156. 584 on Japan. In fact, I'll show it right there in the top right. Right, sponsors. Game's been good thus far. It hasn't crashed yet. You need the Kappa sponsor. Yeah? Yep. That I do. But the other 2 I don't really want because no damage and first. The cars are black again. But the game hasn't crashed yet. What's in Japan? Downhill drift, pro-tuned, midnight toge, or drift battle? Ooh, Shibuya. Okay. Yes, I want the skyline. There's the skyline. I have a Supra. Is that a Supra? Yes, that's a Supra. 350Z, NSXR, but no, going with the Skyline. Gotta have the Skyline. Oh yeah, I owe the chat 5 subs, don't I? I said that. I owe the chat 5 subs, and I still haven't done that. Kelly, they are pink because that's what the random colors gave me. First try. Yuichi Imamoto. I remember that name. That's not gonna last too long. Like, it was in the early, I don't know, first hour of the stream on Friday. I just hit the randomize button for the livery selection, and this is what it spat out. Minus the sponsors, of course. Yeah, so you are. Good job, keep it up. I feel like there's not this much elevation on the actual track in real life. Well, where this would be based off in real life, I should say. Same Shibuya as dirt too. I mean, it makes sense, and ow. I think the RB26 in this just blew up, or would have normally. Makes sense. It does seem like Codemasters has shared a lot of assets with other games over the years. Like we were discussing, Max and I, whether or not Istanbul is the same version as what we have in Assetto. Because this was 2007. The first F1 game was technically 2009, but 2010. And Istanbul was last seen 2011. So it's not completely out of the realms of possibility. I have seen that, Storm. Are you intending to message that here? Yeah? Okay. It just was a little off topic for what I was talking about, which is why I asked, you know? Yeah, that's fine. Yep, HP is acquiring HyperX, and all the fries are closing. The closest I've ever gotten to being inside of a fries was driving around one in San Diego as we were trying to figure out where we were or something. I've never been in a fries, just Micro Center. And that was still only once. Tech support for HyperX will be non-existent. I believe it. A shame, but oh well. Yeah, they just don't exist out here on the East Coast, really. And even micro centers are few and far between. Didn't even have Windows 10 keys. Yikes. Oh hey, my teammate's still back there. Good for him. I've been looking at chat a lot this last lap or two, which is why I'm driving like shit. More so than usual, at least. Can you tell that some of this track was designed with drifting in mind? Like through here? Stop going down to first, you damaged the gearbox. Yeah, I did. And my teammate finished second. Yay! We do have this mod track for Assetto, and it is Shibuya Drift. Neat. Kappa paying out a whopping $15,000 to each of us.
Follow this driver's lead on this course and overtake him.
How about no? Just noticed something or other. I can't look at chat right this second. Sorry, teammate. Wait, are you Canadian? You're apologizing for me hitting you? Stop trying to overtake me. Look at chat when I get a second. Boy, it is much too technical. Direction you move the joystick is similar to explosive, more or less directly left and down right. Yeah, I need to stop doing that. I need to fix that, but I've at least got left down. Or not down. I'll also partly blame it on the controller, because this controller does have a bit of a wonky stick, but I don't think it actually affects that. That was first. Tend to go up left and down right, but to a lesser extent. Yeah, I think a lot of people tend to do that just because that's, you know, how the hand sits and the thumb rests on the stick. Send it. Where's my teammate? It can be really satisfying when you get those turns right. Sometimes. Far too wide. Fine. Yeah, you're not keeping up. What a surprise. You know, speaking of fries and HyperX and shit like that, I mentioned this in Discord yesterday, I think. But the idea of building a PC is creeping into my mind again, and I hate it. Mostly because I don't have the money, and even once the stimulus check hopefully comes towards the end of next month, in theory, I shouldn't be spending it on that stuff, you know? But I want to. I said last year, 2021 is going to be the year I finally cave and buy a computer, whether it's pre-built or I build it myself. And I think it really is at some point here.
Well done, Wingnut. That's your own personal best time on this track.
Just can't afford it at the moment is the only issue. Not realistically. But I want it. I want it so I don't have to be stuck playing these good games at... Actually, I was just hitting over 120 FPS there for a moment. So I don't have to be stuck playing these 14-year-old games at, you know, 100 plus frames per second. Oh, that was the end of the race. Say that as if I'm complaining about the frame rate. This is a great game for its age, especially, and the frame rate's fine. Wow, you suck. Is he, though? I don't think he really is. Alright, Larry. You're out front. How about you keep it this time? Larry, I saw that. That's not how you keep the lead.
Clean lap. Well done. Do you see me? Directly behind you.
Yeah, why don't you stay there for once? Oh, he did stay there the first race.
Hanging on to second place at the moment, mate. I like what I'm seeing. You're in first place.
Yeah, we're on a really short version of the track, aren't we? My ear itches. How do you pull away from them when bouncing off the limiter in a lower gear? That's impressive.
Right now,
It's fine. Wolfman, did you just show up? Is that why I just crashed into the wall? No, that was a pretty minor crash, wasn't it? It wouldn't be because of Wolfman. Whoops. Get off the wall. That poor transmission. I did it again. Keep hitting the wall. It's fine. Oh, Larry fell to third. Of course he did. Got a 6-second gap on the AI. Okay.
Okay, Wingnut. You now have 3 laps to go.
Very short lap, but still a long race. 8 freaking laps. Let's see. Let's see what. Let's see what. I don't know. You know how hard it is to entertain a stream? Trying to keep the conversation rolling at all times. You know how hard that can be? Streaming's hard, man. There we go. Gear damage because I went down to first again.
Well done, Wingnut. Nice driving. A personal best time for you.
Can I get down into the 28s? Please turn. I don't think so. No.
You won the race and the championship.
Still, 29-second lap is pretty damn fast. Larry finished third. I guess that's alright. 10 seconds. Over 10-second difference. Also, can you name all the flags on the left there? The US for me. 2nd, 6th, 7th, 8th are all Japanese flags for Japan. Larry is representing, I don't know, somewhere in... I forget exactly what flag that area represents, but then you got China and Malaysia. There. I named them all. Quote unquote, all of them. Hey, Larry got 2nd overall. Not bad. Not bad at all. Wow, that many require you to finish second, eh?
It won't take much to get your J-Speed Super 1 license.
Yeah, I know.
Let's keep racing in Japan.
Maybe.
Unbelievable! You hit the 5 million mark.
Is that another garage upgrade? I forget. No. I think there is one more upgrade, maybe? I don't remember. 4,300. 30,000 for finish no lower than 4th. Sign me up, please. Power flex. Finish the race. $12,000. Finish the race. Yes, please. Unfortunately, those are a bunch of ones that I don't want to do. And the car's back to being black again. I don't know why it keeps doing that, but better than the game crashing, I guess.
24 hours of Le Mans is a 24-hour...
Look, if you're going to race, you need a car.
Yeah, damn straight need a car. Actually, could I buy one on eBay? No. I guess that was an option before. Are they cheap enough? No. Yeah, I knew. Why not? I can finally run with my own team in Le Mans. Which means teammate and points for the team.
This guy's the driver voted most likely to surprise you. Don't say I didn't warn you.
Okay, you warned me. Watch me still run away with it. Larry, I'm expecting good things out of you. Hey look, I'm in a pink Aston Martin. Something that won't be on the grid this year in F1. Scottish, is that what it is? That makes sense. I can never remember because they got multiple flags for the UK and I can never remember which one is which. I'd prefer just to say I don't know than to misspeak.
You're fourth in your class. One more place and you'll get in the top 3.
What are track limits? Also, I've got a fair amount of damage there. Oh, I can't look around while looking back. That's a shame. Yeah, suspension, steering, engine, and tire damage. Initially thought grease, same color, just stripes. Yeah, I knew it wasn't grease. I knew it was specifically UK. Or somewhere around there. Obviously it wasn't Ireland. That's the wrong Aston Martin behind me. That's the rev limiter. Oh yeah, did you know that this car has a full interior camera? Or this game, rather? Again, this game is from 2007. I'm not used to driving from in there. You can also drive third person, of course. I'm gonna crash if I do that. No roof cam though, just nose and hood, or bumper and hood. Nope. Did not set that up in the slightest. Did not set that up well in the slightest. But well. Wow. Alright, hard mode. We're Oop. Oof. Even the tire barrier deforms. That's pretty cool. Alright, hard mode. No more replays for the rest of the race. Yeah, I see all your apexes. Don't look away from the screen when you're in the middle of the fucking chicane. Hard mode didn't last long. Callie, please. I'm gonna regret making that emote.
I see you there in my rear view. You jumped behind me.
Yeah, I sure as hell am. Don't need to be that slow.
Did you see me? Directly behind you.
Shut up, Larry. Whoopsies. Shut up, Pot.
Your teammate is directly behind you now.
Alright, Larry, now's your time to shine.
Well done, Wingnut. You're leading your class.
Nailed it. Wait, Emanuele Pirro is leading the race. That's weird. It's not TK. Usually TK's in the lead. The other Audi that's currently leading the race. Almost did it again. Whoops. Only 10 o'clock. Why the hell am I yawning now? That was a little bit of lockup. That was weird. Just toss it across the grass. It's fine. That's not ideal. Lights on.
We're 6 hours into this race.
That's how you do it. Fine. Also, my teammate is still behind me, which is nice. Doesn't happen too often. You can still see the clouds in the distance. see, 15 hours in. Well, let's say 16. That would be 11 p.m.? I feel like I shouldn't be seeing the clouds that well at this time of night. Kelly, you've been doing a bad job about reminding me to hydrate. Just saying. For how much you've done it in the past. Remember to stay hydrated, folks. Good for you. You're an adult, you should know how to drink yourself. You're not wrong. Oh god, one-handing this. You're not in 8th, though. Alright, well the AI are there now. I can still vaguely see clouds in the distance. Despite the fact that it's now about 3 in the morning.
You've reached the 12-hour mark.
Which would be 3 in the morning. Oh, now you redeem hydrate. Jackass. Hydrated. And it's getting light out again. Gotta wait for the twisty bits. Yeah, I figured. Careful over those curbs. What? I mean, I did say careful over the curbs, but what? Oh, I clicked you. Please go here. What? I guess the tire clipped the curb and it pitched me sideways for some reason? That's weird. And I made it that far in without using a single replay, too. The rewind. Oh well. I do wish the newer grid games had this style of rewind in them. Or any game that has rewinds for that matter. Lets you pick exactly when you want to rewind to. Rather than having to, you know, do it on the fly. Fair.
We're now 18 hours into this event.
18 hours in, which means 6 in the morning. No, 9 in the morning. I can do math. I'll never know how I managed to throw this car actually through that chicane flat out. I'll never be able to understand it. Just doesn't seem possible. But I did it, and I got it on camera. Somewhere on a hard drive. I don't know where Larry is, but he's not in second. And by that I mean 8th. Damn it, Larry. Why you gotta be the way you are? Oh, I'm out of gears. Always Larry. Just never do well enough in all things. Just past 12. 3 hours to go. And by 3 hours, I mean a minute and a half. Can I make it out of Arnage by then? That's the goal. Less than 1 minute. Should be doable. Oh, there's the AIs. They're back there. I turned in too early. Good to know. The internet situation is still not sorted itself out. So, of course, I'm still dropping frames all through the stream. I don't know how to fix that without spending money. Even if I do spend money, I don't know that it would fix it. Also, made it through. Now to the Porsche curves. Can I get there in 15 seconds? 10? 5? Yeah, I totaled it, not me. Yeah, screen tearing there. Larry. Well, at least by finishing in the top 5, he still gets the full payout from the main sponsor. This Falcon tire. No? Thought he did. Oh, was it 3rd place that it goes to? Okay. That would make sense. That's a lot of money. Remember how I made like 300,000 for finishing the race last time? Just a little over 300,000? Yeah, I got that for prize money, just outright. Sponsors was over 200,000 team win 300,000. Like, holy shit. Well, Larry didn't get any worse, I guess. Ah, so close. So close. Remember when we used to just fail to finish the Le Mans 24? Yeah. I wish this game let you complete it properly, like actually get to the line and finish rather than just, nope, 24 hours is up, you stop racing now. Just... Wrong. $300,000 off. So close.
Here we go. A new season is about to begin. Driving for other teams is a great way to earn money quickly. You get a fixed amount for each race, plus bonuses for exceeding expectations. Problem is, you have 4 titles in this region.
Shut up. We're gonna do this now because I want to crash some cars on purpose and it be completely okay.
Smash, crash, and bash your way to the finish line.
What he said. Yeah, I would crash immediately. As far as I remember, there's only this event for the demo derby in grid. Uh-huh. So anytime you want to play Demo Derby in career mode, you just have to go back to this single event. Which is fine. Larry, don't make a mistake. Coming through. Oh, that guy's dead. No. Okay. Both Larry and I made it through. Good. That was almost bad. Oh, he's right next to me. There he is. Larry. No crashing. You're the one person I don't want to crash in this race. Don't you dare fucking do it. Oh, where am I going? Alright. Oh, you. He got lucky there. Oh, there's nothing I can do. I mean, I can try. Let's see what happens. That's even worse. How? How is it so bad? No.
Stay sharp. You're doing well.
How did I roll the 2 times that I reset? That's such bullshit. Well, it doesn't matter if I win this or not. This is just for fun. And Larry won it, so that's good at least.
Shove your way to the front. It's a demolition derby.
Yes, it is. Thank you for that update. The AI kind of returned the favor there. I pushed into them and they pushed back. At least the ones behind me did. Larry! What are you doing? Worked. Ish. Oh, that was a weird bounce. Alright, never mind that. Got shield. The shield did not help. The shield did not help at all. Oh, I'm dead no matter what I do here. I'm dead. I'm just dead. Oh yeah, the car actually needs to be restarted if it rolls and lands back on the wheels. Oh, I was a ghost. Okay. I think my suspension is broken. Based on how the car behaved there, it was kind of weird. Like it was tripoding. Seems fine now. Fortunately, unlike the AI, I can reset if I roll. So it's not a death sentence for me. Maybe I was on a tire? Maybe that's why it was weird. I did not sneak through. Thank you. Oh, bullshit. Hi. Let's just rewind that. You don't say. Because they keep ending up upside down. Case in point. Larry in second. Larry better be in second. I haven't seen a pink car on the side of the road, but I haven't been paying attention that closely. Yeah, I think I saw him there. Oh, he's in the lead. Why was it bouncing around like that? That was so weird. I don't ever remember the car doing that. Weird. Very weird. Well, teammate won. That's fine. No kidding. And I should get the payout from the top sponsor. Only 5 cars finished. Out of 12 cars. Less than half the field. That's always good fun. Yeah, Larry won outright. Not bad. Again, 1 point off, though. Yep, I got the $60,000 payout. Not bad. Okay, shall we do some drifting, I guess? A drift battle. Yokohama, Okutama, Yokohama.
Drift Battle combines street racing and drifting. Executing drifts will reward you with points for speed, angle, and duration. In addition, your position in the race will multiply the score for that drift. Drivers in first place score the highest. You'll need to be strategic in the way you balance pedal-to-the-metal racing to gain position with drifting to earn points. The race is not decided by who finishes first, but by who scores the most points.
Yep. Alright, move on. Please. Yes, I'm racing a Dodge Charger. Hopefully it goes well. 48 wins, 49 podiums. Ouch. Is that a 15,400 point flag that I just saw? Oh, bullshit. Oh, well. Worth it. Like I said, worth it. Like the guy said, this is all point-based. Position does not matter. Why did I spin if I didn't get points for it? Fuck you. It's okay if you hit the railings. Oh, maybe I didn't get second on the track. Either way, I won. 3.78 million. I won. Larry! Christ. He is not a drifter. So he's like me normally. Chair, can you please get to where I want you to be? Thank you. Well, he brought in $28,000, I guess. Yes, but we know. We know. You always say the same things. Am I winning yet? How did I not get the flag for that? That's bullshit. Oh well. Doesn't matter. Worth it. $60,000 points. Nice. Oh, bullshit. That was the same drift. Wouldn't let me chain it. Initiate a fucking drift, would you? Well, where are the AI? There's one. That was not intentional. Didn't mean to do that. Anyway. Oh, why are there 4 laps of this? Updates are available. Thanks, Windows. Drift, you son of a bitch. Alright, good enough. Alright, there's another lap yet, isn't there? I even just said that a lap ago. There's 4 laps instead of 3. Shows you how much I'm paying attention. Alright, Windows, can you dismiss that update notification? It's kind of over chat a bit there. Kinda not okay. 3.4 million. And the AI threw it off the road. Good job. Alright, Windows. Windows, Windows, Windows. How the hell is it already 10:30? Windows. Away with the notification. In fact, not just away, clear it. There we go. Now I can see all of chat again. Hey, Larry didn't completely suck that time. Cool. You still won't get all the money from the sponsors, but better than nothing. I got most of them. Drink break. Because I want to drink and I don't want to do it during a drift race. Alright, there we go. How was none of that a drift? Damn it. Larry, you're too slow for me. Please move. Larry! Wow. I can't keep them chained at the moment. This is just basically the same track as before, but reversed. In case that's not obvious. So many boxes. Oh, bullshit. You should have chained that game. Truck. Fence. Come on, Larry. Do more. Be better. Larry. Not even in third anymore. Always Larry. Always gotta be Larry that's never doing well enough. Whoops. Good enough. How to get a better Larry. When did you say that? I do. But Larry already wanted a lot of money as it is. I don't want to pay that much for a driver. That's troublesome. There we go. That should be good enough. 1.992. 19 drifts. Just like basic drifts. 19. And yeah, I won. Larry! Didn't even get top 3. Damn it, Larry. Well, he got the Falcon tire at least. Sponsored. Wait, is it better than 4th then? How do you get that?
Well done, Wignut. Great win.
I'm sorry, how
Our coffers.
little do I need for 1,400 required? So close. Alright, on to the sponsors. Will it crash this time? That's not happening. Yeah. I wish, but no. Yeah, none of those. Black cars again, but the game hasn't crashed. Alright, I kind of feel like I should just finish up over here. And I'm kind of sick of drifting, so Toge it is. The Akina run. Okay. Well, that's going to be a longer section of the mountain then, isn't it?
Watch the road on this race. You can't beat the other driver if you don't stay on the mountain.
Now, will there be any traffic on this race because it's not against Raven West? Upshift too early. Yep, there's the traffic. So definitely want to stay in the left lane as much as possible, just because you have a better chance of avoiding the AI that way. The AI traffic, that is. Oh, that was it. So just the middle section of the mountain. So I finished just over a second ahead. Cool. Ow. Well, that's annoying. Alright, Larry. You're not gonna do well here. Sorry, not sorry. Only one of us can progress. It ain't gonna be you. Just try not to run into an AI. Traffic. Goodbye, bumper. It's difficult to slide the car around just because it's all-wheel drive. Doesn't want to let go half the time. That was pink. Larry! I saw that. I like how my car was missing a bumper. Damn it, Larry. I see a slight issue with the times here. 117 versus a 119. 139 versus 132. The same thing back here. To answer your question more thoroughly, Callie, is there rubber banding in this game? Sure as hell seems like it. Just not overly aggressive, like I said before. The hell was that? I mean, it's technically allowed, but what a jerk. Shut up, OBS. I see the encoding to reset bullshit. Shut up. Two of them. Seems rather aggressive, just not blatant. Yeah. But the important thing is that it's not like the AI will come from, you know, a long distance back or massively slow down to keep you in the race. They will race. They will continue on without you. It's just a little bit of shenanigans in regards to things like this. Hey, that was a 116. That was the fastest one thus far. Cool. Alright, still won the team's championship, so that's cool. It might be because of the difficulty, Callie. Didn't get third. Yep, not gonna let me fast forward because of this.
Well done, Wingnut. You've earned the J-Speed Super 1 license. You can now compete at the top level in Japan.
Yay, I guess. And now they show the top bar.
Well done, Wingnut. You're the champion. And a decent paycheck as well.
You didn't think that just getting to the final tier was going to be the end of it.
In the world. But
Oh.
if we want to compete internationally, we've got to think big.
Wondering when this happened.
We've already upgraded our garage to a world-class facility, so now it's up to you to perform on the track. No pressure.
Guess which track we're at? I don't know which track we're at. No, I'm just saying, take a guess. Yep, there it is. It's not just complete the top level events, especially since there's only 3 per region. No. There's a global one. Alright, well the cars turn black this time. No. NOS is never a sponsor on any of my cars. $12,000, $16,000. Yeah, I always try to put the better ones higher up the list, so even though these are both 16,000, because this one's just finished the race instead of finished no lower than 5th. Cars black. Oh, you know what I should do? View cars. No, not you. Specifically, the skyline. That's not actually what I wanted to do. Wash the car. Now it's nice and clean. You could actually see the scratches on it disappear. What else have I really used? You need a good washing, I'm sure. Oh. The Mustang especially will need a washing. There we go. Just clean the cars up a little bit. Yep. And of course you can see here, Drift GP, GT1, and Prototype. Actually, isn't this one exclusively not just Okutama?
If you're going to race, you need a car.
Yep. The classic prototypes, an R390 GT1 or a 787B. Those are your choices. And then of course the global stage with 6 events. Slightly closer in the US. No drifting. Sure, let's do GT1. Washington, Detroit. Ooh, you get to go to Detroit for the first time. Sure. Go to Detroit. Detroit's a fun one. I'm kind of thinking maybe. Once I finish Grid on stream, maybe I'll move over to Grid 2. Revisit that one as well. Might as well, right? Yeah, Larry, I think I was involved more so than you were. Thank you. Boy, that's unfortunate, isn't it?
Watch out, that's your teammate ahead.
No, it's not. Oh, yes, it is.
Okay, Wingnut. Your car got a little banged up, but it's nothing.
Wow, it did not want to turn in there. Oh, yep, that was bad.
Just as great. Keep focused on the race.
Hydrate. Why now? Oh, it's that guy. You want to hydrate? I'll give you a hydrate, Callie.
Nice work. You're now.
I can do this because we're not doing Friday night racing. Ah. Hydrated. I got thirsty, so I figured you should be too. Yeah, not wrong. Yikes. That was only in 4th gear too. Only fairly fast.
Watch out for an accident ahead.
Nobody crashed yet. Emphasis on yet. Did you know that the crew chief is psychic? Wasn't having it.
Nice maneuver.
Just doesn't want to turn in there.
That's your own personal best time on this track.
Stupid tire wall. I did not clip the apex. I ran over some tires that were originally on the apex of a turn.
Like what I'm seeing, you're in first place.
Flat out.
Top notch.
I wonder why they're there now. Listen, you. Whoops. Wasn't this lap. Watch out for a crash ahead. White oh, that crash. Whoops. I do like that he called the crash before it happened. I vaguely remember that happening rarely in the past. Maybe it's just coincidence. Maybe not. Wow, he only got one, and that was to finish the race.
This is last season's champ.
Detroit. This is a different, or a new track. Haven't seen this one yet on stream.
Keep your head up, mate. I'm right behind you.
Alright, which version of Detroit are we doing? Okay, this one. Got it. Got it. Please don't crash into me. Okay, didn't crash. Don't get out from underneath of me. That was a bit of a stutter. It's alright. Now for the cool part of the track.
Keep it up. You're leading the race.
It's a boat. Through the tunnel. Chicane that you can't carry too much speed through. And then a chicane that you can carry all the speed through, if you do it right. Car's dead. I like that it recognized that I pressed the button, but refused to actually acknowledge it properly. But I swear. Suddenly see a massive text in chat. Like, what in the hell is going on over there? Oh, it's just the bot. Of course it's just the bot. The worst part of that is I programmed it. I should know what it's doing. Wait, that means... yeah, it's 11 o'clock now. Another half hour has passed by. It's a shame that ARPABot doesn't have any of the seasonal emotes. But, can't help that. Fine. Can't help that now. I always forget about it. You're really putting that Apex emote to good use, Callie. It's not even GTA. Yes. Whoops. Sometimes the car just gets upset and bobbles over the curbs and it just doesn't do exactly what you want it to. You just gotta apply the brakes and get it to settle back down. My teammate is not in the top 4. Of course. Damn it, Larry. Allie, brake boosting doesn't work. My car didn't speed up when I braked over that bump back there. Didn't even spin up the wheels. This game actually simulates physics properly-ish. 9th place? Really? He gets that one at least. Only 16,000. What an amateur. Yeah, but he's not in first. Larry, why are you behind me? Now, if only Larry could drive like that. I'm already up to 7th. Why'd you move over? That's the AI just making a mistake on their own? Oh, we're not going up the hill? That's too bad. Well, it's fine. It's fine. Yeah, this car doesn't like going over the curbs. I wonder why. like it's a low-slung GT car or anything. Yeah. Ow. Fine. I don't need it. Okay, I need that. Some curbs are more aggressive than others, it seems. True to real life, honestly. I love all the speed advertisements around the track. Yep, speed's definitely still around. I guess it could be worse. It could be advertising speed vision. Not that they were around in 2007. I lose this race because you parked it there. Oh, there was another lap.
Keep it up. You're leading the race.
No. I also wonder if perhaps the AI performance isn't also affected by the fact that I'm using all the assists versus the AI. Good job, Larry. And then the AI aren't really using them, at least not to the same extent. But I think it's just that I am driving the hell out of this car and abusing the assists, whereas the AI will just, you know, adhere to a minimum, basically. Good thing I still have a rewind. So the AI don't typically go over a certain limit in terms of performance. Yeah, it's fine.
Top notch. You won the race in the championship.
Well, no shit. Oh look, I won the championship, like he said. Hey, we won the team championship too. Good job, teammate, and not sucking too much. I'm making $188.5 thousand off of sponsorships, and what is my teammate making? 16 grand. What a disappointment.
You won. We can really use that prize money.
No shit. Not to mention those new sponsors. 14 grand? How about 30? How about 23 grand? $22 grand. Cough, cough.
"24 Hours of Le Mans" is a 24-hour race on one of the world's most challenging circuits.
Yeah, rip them, but I mean, they don't pay enough. I am nowhere near affording an LMP1, so I've got to do this. Prize money, 300 grand. Not bad. I guess I could look into buying an LMP2, but I don't really want to. Longest drift 76 feet. That's it? Not very far. Oh no. See the trees? I want to see if this fixes it. Nope. Alright. 12 minutes of flashing trees. If you have issues with rapidly flashing objects and such, you should probably not watch this race. Shut up, Larry. I think it happened twice on Friday at 2 different tracks, and now it's happened again today twice at 2 different tracks. So there's really no consistency about it.
Your teammate is directly behind you now.
Wouldn't be so bad if it was just the trees flashing in the distance, but no, the shadows also have to flash like that. It's really unpleasant.
Well done, Wingnut. You're leading your class.
For all I know, it's something to do with my Pacific hardware setup, my specific hardware setup, and not necessarily something I can actually fix. But who knows? The 13-year-old game could be any number of things. Yeah, that's real obnoxious. I wonder what it's going to be like at nighttime. It's going to be interesting to see. I'm running out of things to talk about in case that's not obvious. Not that I'm saying chat. Give me oh god, what the fuck was that? There's something to talk about. That one's new. That's never happened before. Okay. If you missed it, don't worry. It was just the sky. I think it was the Rapture off in the distance. I could be wrong though. Put it simply. You know, I'm really glad that on max settings this game runs at over 60 FPS, but it is, when you think about it, like, this game is only running typically somewhere between 70 to 120 frames per second, usually below 100 even. And it's 13 years old. What does that say about my computer? I can't even run a 13-year-old game at max graphics settings at like a super high frame rate. I mean, yeah, it's still a fairly good looking game, still got a lot going on at 1080p too, but Imagine how many frames you could probably get out of something like a 3090. Maybe a better CPU as well. I don't know how much the CPU is hurting things. I just saw 69 FPS. Nice. Oh well. Someday I'll get that GPU and everything else to convert the stream PC into a game PC and be able to get better frames. Although I don't really know what I'm gonna do for streaming if I convert the stream PC into a game PC. Because like in theory, single stream or single PC streaming should be possible with that. But at the same time, it's an i7 6700. So unless I get a beefy graphics card and offload half of the encoding, or the encoding to the GPU using NVENC, like even if it is a 4-core 8-thread processor, it's still an old processor. It's a year older than what's in my laptop even.
You've reached the 12-hour mark.
Oh, there's the AI for the first time in a while. I will be interested to see just how well that computer can perform though with a proper graphics card in it. Whenever that day does come. Well, the trees weren't nearly as much of an issue at night, I suspect because shadows were minimal. But now as we come into the daytime, the shadows are going to become a thing again. And of course the trees are more visible as a result of it being light out, so that's just obvious from the get-go. I really wish I knew why that happened. Like, obviously I haven't looked into it off stream. And again, it's just so inconsistent. There's the shadows. Yep, and it's back. Back in full, that is. Oh well. Annoying that it had to happen on this race, but oh well. One unfortunate thing, this is meant to be a nice, chilled, relaxed, laid-back stream, and well, it's hard to relax when you've got that much flashing and flickering going on. I say that, I'm still yawning. What time is it? 11:20. So, upwards of a half an hour left in the stream, probably. There's that again. Good to know that that only happens on that part of the track, though. That's the second and final time we'll see it, in theory.
We're now 18 hours into this event.
Where's the AI? Oh, there they are. Is my car completely clean except for maybe bouncing across curbs? Like, have I actually touched anybody? don't think I have. Oh, you know what's something to talk about? I finally disabled it because I figured out where it actually was to disable it. AKA, I actually bothered to try and disable it, but twice now, the Twitter app on my phone has sent me, like the official Twitter app, has sent me recommendations for topics I should follow or something like that. So like just as the stream went live, I looked over, saw a Twitter notification, and like, we suggest you follow anime topics, or whatever the hell it was. Like, Twitter, why are you sending me these notifications? I never asked for this. I disabled it now, so it shouldn't do it again until the next update where they enable something by default, or add something that's enabled by default, and that'll be a nuisance then. Like, can those sort of things just be opt-in instead of opt-out by default? Please? Please? I don't need you recommending me things in the first place. Oh well. I actually, just for a second there, I had a thought pop into my mind. I wonder what the bot tweeted out tonight. Oh wait, that's right. I sent a tweet manually because, well, I don't have a good string built into the bot for this game. We're gonna see the glitchiness again, aren't we? God damn it. Well, that's the fastest I've ever done this race in this playthrough. Yep, there it is, and it's gone. Good job, AI. 302.58. Okay. That means with an LMP1, I should surely be sub 3 minutes in lap time. Sub 3 minutes. That's absurd. I didn't even notice where Larry finished, but it wasn't good. No. I mean, 4th is good enough, I guess. He does get the main sponsor. So there's that. Only 4 event wins in Season 6. 260. Moving up in the world. So is Larry. Okay. 5 million. Moved up a couple of slots.
It's the start of a new season. Let's race. Driving for other teams is a great way to earn money quickly.
Shut up.
You get a fixed amount for each race, plus
It doesn't shut her up.
exceeding
Damn.
expectations.
A 111.58.
Reputation as much as racing for your own team.
Ooh, open wheel. Yeah, let's do this.
Look, if you're going to race, you need a car.
Nah, I've been buying everything new. Buy this new. It's only 700 grand. So there's no Formula 1 in this, but there is Formula 3.
Here's the underdog. He could surprise you.
Not anymore, you're not. Hi. I'm coming back on. Turn 8 is not flat. Fair enough. Starting to get ready for bed. Alright, Kelly. Thanks for hanging out. Talk to you in a couple of days. Of course you will. Of course you do. You and your hydrates. Yeah, have a good night. Just mash the downshift and then overtake the horribly slow AI. Alright, this car does like to spin, doesn't it? There we go. I think I'm done coughing now. I don't know how the AI carry that much speed through there. Ooh! Rip! He died. What's up, geek? How you doing, man? Did you just witness that murder like I did? Actually, it wasn't so much a murder as a death that momentarily collected somebody else. Also, they are terrible through that chicane, or that sequence of turns, rather. Hey, I didn't hit any apexes. Not this time. Well, I didn't hit any walls on any apexes. Close enough. Alright, can I stay on the track for turn 8 this time? I would just see it got put in for number 2. I see. Yep. No, I did that immediately after I wrapped up the stream on Friday. The only reason why I didn't do it immediately, I think I said this on Friday, but the only reason I didn't do it then is because I couldn't just move it from tier 2 to tier 1, so I had to re-upload it. And since the source file was on the stream or the game PC, I wasn't going to actually do it then. Easier to just let it be for the time being. Yep. Fortunately, they did say a while back that they were going to add, I think when they allowed you to reorder the emotes, they said that they were going to add an emote drawer so that you can switch emotes in and out on the fly, but obviously that's not ready yet. And I imagine that's how you'd be able to move them between the tiers, is by using that if they don't build it in by default when they add that. But that's not a feature yet. That was crap. My head itched. Shut up, game. Fine. Oh, there's the bot. He lost his intake. I don't think losing wings in this game causes the inability to turn, but I forget. Might be the case. Are we on short or long? I'm gonna say long based on the AI.
Alright, you're in 7th. Keep your head up, mate. I'm right behind you.
Is that graphical glitch over on the left there? That was weird. Been having a few of those.
Nice maneuver.
But fortunately just seems to be the game being weird. Not something more dire. Like, you know, my computer dying. That would not be good. Actually, if the laptop gave up, i.e. the GPU gave up, I mean if the CPU gives up as well, I'm in trouble, but if the dedicated GPU gives up, I can still use the laptop. What are you doing? Move. But, well, I can still use it as long as the computer doesn't throw a fit, at least. No, Geek, I don't think I will use the brake, thank you. I'd be pretty boned, though, if the computer did give up. Because good luck getting a hold of a GPU right now. Out here looking like FNR. Nah, man. This is cleaner than Friday nights. Alright, I don't know if I'm gonna win this. I might. See how big of dive bombs I can get off here. There was that graphical glitch again. Ooh. Okay, computer. Forcing me to go for that dive bomb.
Top notch.
Holy hell. Unfortunately, there's no ability to skip forward to a future lap. I just have to fast forward through it all, but I want to see that last lap. Gonna start calling you Kelly. Only in this game, man. It's only in this game. Although I do like me a good send. Just get out of the way. Still some issues with the trees. I don't know why. Hi Larry, bye Larry. Look at my shitty driving. So that guy just spun on his own. And then the guy to the left there is just like, I don't know what to do. Then the game hitched. So I sent it whether I intended to or not, and he was just super slow anyway. Okay. Oh, Larry got third. Right, because the guy spun. Of course he did. $204,000. Nice. No, that doesn't even skip it. Hey, Larry got everything too. Spa.
So he's already out front.
Yeah, I don't care. I do like that this actually has wheel spin mechanics for getting off the line, which is to say that you actually have to... Go. You actually have to be careful, otherwise you'll just sit on the line and spin your wheels. You're on the grass more than Cheech and Chong. Hey, I'm not on it in that way. Whoops. What are you doing? Larry, what are you doing? Yeah, doing terribly. Move! Perhaps should be a little less reckless with an open wheeler, but when the AI are that slow, please turn. When the AI are that slow and when damaging your car doesn't affect your performance that badly? Of course you are, Larry. What else is new? Like, I don't need to be careful. I can just abuse the AI until I get out in front. It's the same as Friday. See, and they do it to themselves as well. That wasn't even from me. Hey, Matthew Jones with the 154. I mean, I just wanted to go. God, that Spa. This version of Spa is just ridiculous. And it's probably the version that they have based the F1 version on, which is why it's so bad. Like, obviously it's not the same exact track, but it's probably a more refined version of this. You know, don't reinvent the wheel, right? I honestly wouldn't be surprised if the Spa in F1 2010 looks very similar to this Spa. No, can't pass me if I just get in your way constantly. Not a 154. Yes, I did. Meanwhile, Larry made it back up to 8th. Which means he gets like one sponsorship money thing. Money from one sponsor. I think there's one Finish the Race sponsor still left. Let's see. Yeah. Powerflex. Okay.
Well done, Wignut. Big win. That's the most money you've made yet.
Just under 10 million. Nice. No, none of them are good enough to replace. Because these are both 15 and that's below 16. And then this one has damage, which, fuck that. Ours are black again. The game hasn't crashed tonight, which is really weird. It was so crash happy on Friday, and tonight? Nah, we're good. And this is how we're gonna finish off the stream. One more go with the demo derby. Took me a second to remember what it was called for some reason. Smash your way to victory. Yep, I know. Larry is on pole. I'm all the way back here. Oh boy, this feels different. Okay, I got distracted. It felt like something was crawling on me. Not what I wanted to do. Larry, you're not in the lead anymore. Why is that? Whoops. Yeah. Well, that's the entire point, Geek. It's a demo derby race. So, you gotta win. By any means necessary. Or you try to win by any means necessary. Oh, some people are dead. Fine. He's dead. Hank, you're not Larry. Piss off. Okay, nice clear gap. Okay, my left rear is showing signs of damage. That might be why the car is behaving a little oddly. Good. Larry, nobody said you could overtake me. Oh, rip Larry. I think I've got damage on the left front as well, maybe? Hard to tell with the pink body. Doesn't lend itself to showing yellow too well. Yeah, no, I've definitely got some damage there. Well. Oh, I'm all out, aren't I? Reset vehicle. Damn it, Gary. And he didn't die. What a shame. Wait, is that Gary? No. That'd be too convenient. Oh well. It's not like I need to win this race. I've already won them. Second and fourth, not bad. Still get full sponsorship payout. So that's good at least. Larry only missed a couple of them, but not the main one, which is good. What he said. And of course Larry starting on pole again. This is going to be a bunch of death. I didn't help. That was on purpose, though. Gary, you need to not finish this race. Excuse me, sir. I am not the road. Harry, fuck off. This race in particular tends to have a high rate of attrition, so it shouldn't be too unlikely. Larry, it's not too unlikely that what's-his-face won't die at some point, but... You know, Larry, I even rewound so I wouldn't have pushed you into that guy, and you still run right into him. Dumbass. That was nice. That was real nice. Fuck you in particular, is what I say to Darren. Tires. Through there before the horde does. Nailed it. Skip over the tires again. It's cool though that they had tire physics in that for the loose tire walls, and they actually act like, well, something to be a nuisance. Whoops. Up there. I don't know how realistic it necessarily is, especially since it doesn't seem to damage the underside, anything on the underside of the vehicle. Fine. I can still win. Only by cheesing it slightly. Larry came in last of those that finished. No, I didn't look at the replay. Oh well, I wanted to see that epic slide. That's a shame. I missed it. My team wins the team's championship. Oh, Larry.
Your reputation here will increase quicker if you try a new event.
Shut up.
Good driving. Way to pull out the win.
Almost like it's fun to do demo derbies. Just out of curiosity, what driver offers are there? Holy shit. That's actually not bad. 2.4 million? Endurance race at Spa. Fuck it, why not? This will be the actual end of the stream after doing this race. I don't know if these events stay the same after a reload, so get it done now. I assume I'm in LMP1 and not LMP2. Fine. So since I don't actually know whether or not it's LMP1 or LMP2, I'm just gonna have to finish ahead of everyone to ensure that I get the objective. Well, I'm leading my class, so that's a good sign. You know, considering I'm leading the race. Shift up. OBS, will you stop having issues encoding? Not quite 1100 frames not rendered for one reason or another. Well, rendered or encoded. Meanwhile, 15,000 frames dropped. Well. Rude. It's 3 laps, eh? Stuck to 3rd. Oh well. Track limits be damned. Don't need no stinking track limits. We NASCAR now. Except better, because only racing on road courses. Heyo. It is kind of interesting though how this game has like next to no penalties for anything. Like, the only time there's actually penalties imposed is during the regular Toge events if there's contact. Otherwise, the only penalties that you can encounter are basically just loss of traction from going off the track. Meanwhile, in Grid 2, scratching my head. In Grid 2, there are definite penalties for cutting the track. It's kind of weird, you know? Like, obviously they added a system into newer games, probably because they had to add it to the F1 games, and so they already knew about adding it by that point. It was easy to add, relatively speaking. Could be wrong. But to not have it in this is just kind of odd. And yes, I was LMP1. Okay. Well, I won the race. I finished ahead of everyone in my class. I just said the same thing twice, basically.
big win. That's the most money you've made yet.
Yeah, and I'm almost to the point of being able to afford an LMP1. Maybe they didn't have the system in for this game for TLs. Maybe. Still can get another race before the next 24-hour. Just out of curiosity, I'm not going to do them, but yeah, nothing nearly as massive in terms of money. I made decent progress today. Wrapped up the entirety of J-Speed Rookie and did the event with Raven West. 3 races in Japan, 2 in Euro, 2 in the US. And by extension, because of doing 3 races here, unlocked the J-Speed Super 1 license. Haven't unlocked either ARL or Euro licenses for top tier, but the Global Racing League has appeared. I could just do this. I'm missing 2 races in the ARL Rookie League, 2 races in Euro R license, and then 4 in both of the middle tier for them as well. 3 for JC Super 2. So not too much longer. The only problem is, if you look at this, 2 races. I should go over here. 3 races. 4 rounds, 4 races. Same difference. You want to take a guess as to how many races there are in the Global Racing League for each event? Which you can see, it's GT1, Prototype, Top Center, Pro Tuned, and then bottom row, Open Wheel, Touring Cars, Drift GP. So, yes, there are 5 races per event. That means 12 rounds here. Yeah, 12, and then 3 times 6 is 18. And then we drop down to only 12. And then here's a whopping, mental math is hard, 30 events. Which, I mean, when you consider that's 12 times 3 is 36, 18 times 3 is 54, and then 12 times 3 is 36 again. Still a lot of racing to do before I am actually properly done with Grid. And don't forget as well, I mentioned, you can see the bottom right hand corner of this thing. There is a special event with Raven West that you unlock if you complete all 6 events with gold, so that's another 8 at least. I forget if there's one for global, but that's at least another 8 Raven West one-on-ones. That's another 8 races at least. Plus all of the Le Mans 24 events, which I think you only get like somewhere between 4 to 6 races in between each Le Mans. A lot of racing yet. But it'll have to wait for another day. I might stream this at a different time just so that I can finish it up a little bit faster. But I've also got other things to play as well. Obviously Friday's Saturday Night Racing, or Saturday Night Hunt the Streamer, as I believe it's going to be this week. As part of the sub-point emote slot unlocking goals thing that I said, the commands are in the title. I'm going to be playing Rolling Line for at least one stream. Ewok is the hunted that this week, that's right. But I'm going to be playing Rolling Line, is what it's called. It's basically a video game about building train sets. It does have a VR component to it, but I don't have any VR equipment. I don't even have a computer that can run VR stuff. Let's move over here. Just because it is the end of the stream. But yeah, the Rolling Line is in the near future. If we unlock more sub-emote slots, then I'll be playing some other things on stream as well. I do still owe chat 5 gift subs. I haven't done that yet. I kind of want to wait until there's more people around that don't have sub badges. But I might just end up dropping it if that doesn't happen soon enough, because that's going to be another 5 sub points there. So effectively, I'm only currently 5 sub points away from the next emote slot unlock. But we'll see what happens with that. So rolling line IO, 5 gift subs IO, and then there's other things I want to play as well, like just earlier today in the mail, I got Pokemon Let's Go Eevee. So figure might as well play that on stream at some point. But I only stream once a week at the moment, where I actually can currently where I do whatever I want, as opposed to like Friday, Saturday night racing. So I gotta figure that out. Gotta find time to slot games in more. Basically, I need to stream more. I need to sort out my internet issues, though, because this is ridiculous. 16,700 frames dropped and counting. I really don't want to have to buy new adapters just to find out that it's not the adapters failing, but I might have to do that. Yeah, Geek. I don't know what the issue is. I've nailed it down to either I have to use power line adapters. Well, I don't have to, but I do so that I don't have to run an Ethernet cable up the stairs. Because I'm in this corner of the house, and the internet is on that side of the house. You know, the complete other side of the house. So lots of Ethernet cable running around the house. Not just for me either, but I'm the only one that needs it upstairs. And I'd prefer not to run a cable up the stairs, so I use power line adapters. And I know it's either with the adapters or it's the power system itself, because this is an old house, and I know there's 600 megabit per second adapters, and I only get a little over 200 megabits per second. In fact, if I quit out of grid, I can check it right now. But it's typically sat around 200 megabits per second. Grid, are you going to close? There it goes. So I actually had to put them at the bottom and the top of the stairs just to ensure that the connection was as good as possible. But I'm not sure if it's the adapters or if it's the bad wiring in the house, and somebody either, in the immediate vicinity that's causing issues with the power grid in the local area itself. Which is apparently a thing that can happen. Yeah, right now I'm only getting about 180 megabits per second, according to this, between the adapters, but I'm also streaming, so that's kind of to be expected. A small hit. So I'm up to 18,000 frames now, and there goes a few more. Yay! That being said, it's only about 2% of the stream. So it's not completely terrible, but it's not great. Yeah, Geek. I'd be running Ethernet too under normal circumstances, but I really don't want to inconvenience my parents. It's not a massive issue, and I'm sure they'd put up with it, but I hate the idea of doing that to them. The only reason why I don't feel worse about running the Ethernet cable to the adapter at the bottom of the stairwell is because they have a cable themselves running into the room right beneath mine, which is where their computers are. So, they've got more cable run downstairs than I do. But don't have drop ceilings, and it's a rental anyway, so we can't do anything without asking the landlord, which that ain't gonna happen. So, yeah, I could do it, and I might have to do it, but I really don't want to if I can avoid it, which is why I bought the adapters in the first place. But I don't know. That's a problem for future me to take care of. For now, I'm just making do with it, because honestly, yeah, okay, I'm up to about 20,000 frames dropped at this point. It's just going up on the end scene for some reason. I don't know why. But yeah, like about 2% of the stream is a lot when you put it all together. But spread out over like 4 to 6 hours, it's not that bad. It's bearable. It's not good. But I already have the frame hitching on occasion. You know, missing about... Oh, what's it sitting at? 1150 frames missed or skipped due to rendering / encoding lag. It's only about 0.1% of the stream, maybe 0.2%. But, you know, when you're used to seeing that, it's not that bad. It's bearable. It's bearable. So yeah. Small issue. It'll sort itself out one way or another in the long term. Just gotta get around to it. But anyway, like I said, there will definitely be more grid streams in the future because I want to wrap up this playthrough. I imagine it's going to take at least 2 more sessions, like 2 more 4-hour sessions, because there's still a lot of races to do to 100% the game. And at that point I might move on to Grid 2 afterwards. Depends. But I've also got Rolling Line to play. I want to do Let's Go Eevee, because I've never played a Let's Go game. I now own one though, so I can play it. And possibly some other things, depending on if I get any more sub points before the end of the month, which, considering it's this weekend and this weekend only, pretty much not looking great. But like I said, I owe 5 subs to the community, so it's only 5 sub points away. So we'll see what happens over the weekend. Never know. After all, I didn't expect to be sitting at 15 at this point. Thanks again, Geek. So you never know what'll happen. But that is going to do it for tonight. I'll be back Friday night for Friday Night Racing with EJ's community. Assuming it does happen this week, but it should. Last week was a necessary week off while some things were sorted out, but we should be back this week. What we're going to do, I don't know. We'll see. So, yeah. That'll be on Friday, and then Saturday night, both starting sometime after 11 p.m. Eastern. Saturday night will supposedly be Hunt the Streamer. Geek will be there as well. His wife will be the one that gets hunted alongside, or instead of EJ. Again, I say in theory because Hunt the Streamer, you know, there's a reason why it hasn't happened since December. So, it could always be delayed again, but most likely it'll be Hunt the Streamer. But that's going to be it for tonight. So, thank you everyone for watching and hanging out, chatting, and all that stuff. And, what do I normally say? Hopefully I'll see you next time. Something like that. Anyway, thanks for watching. Later.